do some Earth politics for a jump back into space politics.
Living in. And it's a crazy one. And so often the most irritating part of it is having to sit there as people say things that you know could so easily be debunked, pushed back against, smacked down. And you just sit there and no one does it and you're just thinking, what? But sometimes one person does it. And that's Jessica Tarlov on the 5. Let's check in on her. She's, of course, the one liberal on this 5-member show. And here is the first clip.
Of the womb.
No, but
The
but
reality is often when you're talking about, some of these third-term abortions, it's about
that's not the reality. That's what you want to tell people the reality is.
Well, no,
the reality
that is a reality in some states. But the bottom line is Donald Trump is protecting women in terms of law and order. Are you kidding me?
Law and order.
As the criminals run through this country and they're bailed out because people like Kamala Harris made a decision that we should bail everybody out.
You just said that, okay, women are overwhelmingly Democrat. There are more women voters, right? You guys you can vote for abortion. Go for it. No one's stopping you.
You're not?
What? He means
Fox searches the globe, does their damnedest to set up a situation to make a leftist look foolish. Create a whole show around 4 of the smartest Trump supporters they could find. Put them up against one single leftist. And at every turn, Jessica Tarlov makes the entire MAGA party. I mean, she doesn't make them look stupid. She exposes how moronic they are without even trying. Like, she doesn't even have to put effort into it. She just sits there and just casually, no, that's not true. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. And their brains just explode. And they regress into this childish state. This childish state. And they like literally say things that like a 9-year-old or a 12-year-old or something would say. Well, if you want to vote abortion, then just vote abortion. I mean, that's your best and brightest? Is a guy who on average operates on the level of like a 12-year-old with a 60 IQ?
Means, I guess, on the state level, you can do it. Hey, Greg, sometimes we think that rights should be universal for people.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to hope that eventually
like
in
rights.
this red state, the state legislature...
Some of us think that gays anywhere should be able to get married. Some of us think that you shouldn't have to find a state that allows gay marriage. You know, some people think that like all women deserve the same rights. Some of us are just like crazy. We think like everybody everywhere should be equal. We think that we truly believe that you shouldn't have to like find a place where you're treated with equality. We think it just should be everywhere for everyone.
Who we've seen are willing to go further than their people want them to in these extreme bans. I don't want to hope that ultimately something gets put on the ballot that then people can go out to vote for to get their rights back. How about we just, like we do with so many others, make it a national right?
Exactly, because when a Republican says states' rights, what they really mean is ban. When they say leave it to the states, what they really mean is ban. Because they leave it to the states, and then what happens? Every Republican state uniformly bans whatever it is. And that's what it's about. And God damn, every piece of shit journalist on the left and right who doesn't call that out for exactly what it is. Because that is what it is. It's a childish tactic, and it's even more childish to pretend that's not what it is and try to treat them as if they're adults who should be taken seriously. Because it literally is this stupid stunt. Yeah, we're going to leave it up to the states. Why? Oh, so all the red states can uniformly ban this thing. That's the whole tactic all the way around. What's the next thing they do? Oh, and also, and while they're saying, well, no, we're not banning anything, they're literally banning it. And then they even, and they'll go, well, you just go to a state where they allow that. And then what do? They pass a law. If you go to a state that allows it, we'll imprison you. I mean, like literally some fucking like East Berlin, West Berlin shit.
Around in circles until someone gives up and stops talking.
I mean, let's stop pretending that the modern Republican Party isn't the fucking white American Taliban.
Next clip.
But this Michigan thing, and obviously we desperately need to win Michigan, but on the ground, I don't see this. On Tuesday, J.D. Vance had a rally there, and there were guys wearing auto workers for Trump shirts that weren't actually auto.
You can't. I am looking at the dumbest sentence in the world right now in this moment. Trump proposes new tax break on car loan interest. Okay, the car loan interest is the problem for the average poor person. The car loan interest is the problem. But instead of combating that, instead of doing anything about that, we're just going to propose a new tax break that you literally can't do. Like every day he comes up with a new stupid tax break that can't happen. And the main reason you got some of them that can't happen just because, well, that's just not how things work, and he just doesn't understand how things work. And then there's other things that can't happen because, like the whole thing, like no tax on overtime. I mean, like the capitalist system is literally going to adjust and make it to where you are getting taxed on your overtime anyway. Or your companies are just going to start cutting your hours and not giving you overtime. I mean, it doesn't fucking work that way because the company pays part of its taxes through your fucking paycheck. The shit just doesn't work that way. And then this thing, tax break on car loan interest. First off, the car loan interest is the problem. That's what needs to be fixed. The tax break is not going to fix that. Any tax break you get is not, especially if you're middle class or below, any tax break you get is not going to help you or do anything for you. It's going to be like one of those deals where, like, the store says, here's a coupon for 6% off. And you're like, that's just the sales tax. Exactly. It's not going to, and if you look at it, if you actually have a brain, who is that going to benefit? The people with the most expensive cars, right? Yeah. Tax break for the rich, you stupid motherfuckers.
Auto workers, so just paid to wear the t-shirt there. When there was the auto workers strike, Joe Biden on the picket line, Donald Trump had a rally that he said was in support of the unions, but was at a non-union plant because the union workers didn't want him there with him.
Yeah, Trump has really, well, in some ways, effectively tricked people into thinking he's pro-worker when he's not. He doesn't try that hard with pro-union, but even then, he's trying.
Yeah, like that's another thing we need to talk about, and that's the thing that Janine Perro. Yes, I said Perro because she barks when she talks. She literally barks when she talks. But yeah, thing that dimwit will ignore and pretend doesn't exist is yes, they literally, Trump held a fucking rally that he advertised as a pro-union rally, told everybody was a pro-union rally with union workers. Turns out it was at a non-union plant and no one who was there was union. He had a stage full of non-union workers and he literally told everyone that they were union plant union workers. Lied. And she just pretends it didn't happen. I mean, your brain is broken if you support MAGA.
Tried to act like I'm also here in solidarity with the strikers. When Biden was getting positive press for becoming the first president to strike with UAW, and it's a really unfortunate phenomenon because it's true. A lot of working class people support.
I mean, not what he's
Trump,
saying.
despite him being so openly and brazenly
His campaign
against
streams Walt's rally next to a video game. Why does that matter?
interests.
Tim on two.
This is just a short clip, but
Yeah.
Janine Pirro also said this.
There's Donald Trump. You just saw him. I mean, he's relatable. He's seen as cool, and he has a swagger.
No, he doesn't.
You can't disagree with that. When I think...
She's fucking delusional.
Man, I have not used this word in ages. When I think swagger, I think Donald Trump. Okay?
That's, lurching and loping around.
The strongest association
like a wheezy fart.
And then more from Jessica Tarloff.
I hope so. They're definitely trying. It's top of mind with all of this, and I do appreciate the explanation of World of Warcraft, but the point was being on a Twitch stream where a majority of young men are spending their time, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Donald Trump also on a Twitch stream before we go to vote on November 5th. It's smart to go where the peoples are.
Yeah, exactly, you fucking morons. But this is the thing. This is what I'm always saying about Joe Rogan. Every right-wing talking head in the media and half of the left-wing talking heads in the mainstream media, they are so, Bill Maher is one of them too. These motherfuckers have spent so much of their life being completely removed and insulated from the real world that they don't understand the real world. They don't know how the real world works. They don't understand how real people think. They don't even know where to go to find real people. That's why you see them doing these weird spots in grocery stores where they're going on this weird rant about prices, right? And it flops every fucking time because we're sitting at home going, what the fuck are you talking about? And then you turn around an hour later or the next day, and you see a local news outlet clearing it up because your local journalist, like, isn't making much more money than you are. I mean, you go to some places. That's where there was that story about a journalist in Florida who lived in a trailer and lost their trailer. Yeah. I mean, you know, just because you work on the local news doesn't mean you're rich like the people on Fox. You know, you got fucking Jesse Waters fucking live this rich, privileged twit life his entire existence, sitting there in this fucking like multi-$1,000 silk suit talking about the average man while he looks like an actual Muppet. He looks like someone built a Muppet, like a Jim Henson Muppet, and brought it to life. It's so fucking weird.
Outreach, especially to Black men, is something that they're focused on. Things like barbershop tours, doing a lot of focus grouping in these blue wall states to talk to young men about what their lives are like, what their priorities are, the economy coming up over and over again, wanting to know specifically what is the deliverable. What did you do for me as part of the Biden-Harris administration? What will be different in the Harris-Walz administration? But I find it difficult to sit for all of these discussions about how the Democrats are blowing it with men and this is irredeemable and, you know, we're terrible and we belittle, et cetera, when the gender gap on the other side with women is bigger than the gap with men. So Donald Trump is losing to Kamala Harris with women.
And a big reason why, look at the men Donald Trump attracts. He attracts Joe Rogan bros. He attracts Andrew Tate bros. He attracts the incel army and the Proud Boys and shit like that. I mean, only a certain kind of woman is going to be going around those kinds of men. And facts just being what they are, ain't going to be a lot of them voting. For one reason or another.
$15 to 20 points, which is bigger than the margins of any Republicans have before. And I don't hear the Republican, tour about women. I just hear him, even on with Andrew Schultz, doubling down on, it was good to get rid of Roe. That's no problem. And Andrew Schultz set him up perfectly with a hilarious joke about how Barron is such a stud and bet you're feeling bad about getting rid of Roe v. Wade. And Trump can't even nail it because it's so ludicrous that he's a, quote, protector of women. That's the outreach to these women who are saying the Republican Party has abandoned us. They do not care about our needs. They do not understand our health. They do not understand our health care issues. They don't understand family planning. They don't even know how it works. You don't even have a...
And that's where Greg Gutfeld jumps in, but his response will make me rant for 10 minutes, so I'm not going to do that today for you.
Yeah, interesting, huh? Interesting.
Check. But what you might not realize is that...
And then what did every single one of those ugly talking heads turn around and do right after? They turned around and went back and doubled down on their lies, but like in a did the whole thing like they didn't come right. It's that stupid double speak shit they do. They didn't come right out and say the words, but they would say things to the effect of, well, we didn't actually admit our guilt. We settled out of court because, that is true. But you settled out of court because your bosses knew for a fact that you were absolutely guilty. That's the problem. Oh my God, she's demented. Oh my God, these people
Powerful,
are insane.
unknown.
They're insane. They are deranged. And that's funny how they're like, yeah, Trump derangement syndrome. And they say, you've got Trump derangement syndrome. It's like, no, no. Well, what was it? This, like, my dumbass uncle said once. I think it was him or one of his buddies. I know it was on his page. And they're like, Trump derangement syndrome is real. And I said, oh, yeah, it absolutely is. And they're like, and you've got it. And I was like, no, that's not how it works. And I said something to the effect of, one of the symptoms of Trump derangement syndrome is you don't realize you're the one with Trump derangement syndrome. I guarantee you, if we looked into her educational background, promise you, if you looked into her educational background, you would find it very, very mediocre.
It's a big conspiracy.
You happen to be too dumb, like her. You happen to be too dumb to understand how dumb you are. And her, both of them, actually. Or I don't know. I mean, it's like sometimes I think the Bartiromo lady, like, is legitimately stupid, but then other times I feel like she's putting on an act. But Sidney Powell, well, I mean, like, you look at her and you can hear that song. Oh, I know what she's doing. I know what she's doing. I get it. I get it. I don't know if he gets it, but I get it. Yeah. She's part of that, like, 4chan group that feels like hackers is real. It's the QAnon stuff. Oh, the wind. I'm a ghost who talks to other ghosts. Yeah, that's QAnon stuff. Like I mean, yes, MAGA really is being directed by weirdos from like QAnon and 4chan message boards and stuff. And some of them are children. I mean, it's weird knowing that like there's a bunch of kids on the internet like actively playing a role in directing American politics, as well as a bunch of like bots. like like the Republican Party is being controlled by kids, bots, and her. Imagine having to live with that. You're showing up at work every day and you're looking at like Lauren Pope's one side of you, Matt Gates to the other. You're expected to take these motherfuckers seriously. You're expected to play along and pretend that they should be taken seriously so you don't get drummed out of the party like Liz Cheney did. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Now I'm scared because maybe that wasn't even like I thought maybe it was just like she was trying to pretend to do some internet stuff, but now I'm thinking maybe she's legitimately crazy.
Yeah, and you know what happened? You know what happened after that? Because I was there. You know what happened after that? A few hours later, we did our jobs and we got back to business. You know what happened? A few weeks later, Donald Trump moved out of the White House without a word.
I mean, I know people throw the word trash around loosely. But Dirtbag Crenshaw, I mean, truly, like Trump himself, truly is absolute garbage. I mean, just You know, you want a hot, honest take? It's a shame that he made it back from Afghanistan because all he has done is harm since then. So, no, that's why I hate the whole automatic thank you for your service. Because if you're a bad person, no, no, because he's been using his purpose to do bad since he got back from whatever. I mean, it's just he's awful. And in his career, he has used his service and his wound and what happened to him. He has used that as part of his platform to manipulate the emotional vote. And then all he has done with his power and position is harm. He really, truly is an awful piece of garbage. And his lack of morality and lack of trustworthiness, I mean, does make him a threat. I mean, just like how casually he just diminishes and minimizes what happened. It's awful. A person who's going to behave that way is just doesn't deserve any respect.
He did it. He didn't move out of the White House.
Well, no. Well, it's not true because for starters, you didn't go back.
Am I confused or are you confused?
Who's shrieking now? For starters, he didn't. You didn't go back to business. There were votes to overturn the election, and as you said, your colleague
Crenshaw acting like a fucking toddler.
Of Texas was voted on the side of the rioters. And then Donald Trump didn't go to the inauguration for the first time in history. He went home like a petulant child. I want to read something that Dan Crenshaw wrote.
Dan's going to act like a...
Okay, so you're mad that he didn't go to the inauguration. That's what it is.
He didn't. We didn't have a peaceful transfer.
Dan's acting like... Now here goes Dan acting like a petulant child. Because there wasn't a peaceful transfer of power. There wasn't. If there was a peaceful transfer of power, then there wouldn't have had to have been any rebuilding at the Capitol. There wouldn't have been a gallows out there if there was a peaceful transfer of power. January 6th would not have occurred. The fact that January 6th occurred and the fact that Trump has spent this entire time lying about the election results. No, there wasn't a peaceful transfer of power, dipshit, dirtbag Crenshaw. And I fucking hate that all you lost was your eye, you motherfucker.
For power, he didn't in every other.
Or no, clearly you lost part of your fucking brain, all of your fucking morals, and your fucking balls over there, along with your eye.
Transition before this, the outgoing president, their team invites the incoming team in.
Okay, so
this is what we do in a normal democracy.
So let me just get this straight. Because he didn't sit there in January and watch President Biden.
No, Dan.
Yes, you bitch. Yes, Yes, you spineless little bitch. And that's what he should have said.
No, Dan. Because
that's not a peaceful transition of power. That is such an absurd statement to make. But go ahead.
Okay, Dan.
Read
What
the quote.
about? Okay,
I'm glad you're
fine.
reading quotes from my book.
Okay,
I appreciate
bitch.
it. Go ahead.
Okay,
Dan,
good,
fine.
bitch. Good sniveling bitch. Put this quote in here. Put this quote in here. Put in the fact that I said, you sniveling little pussy little bitch, you obviously left your fucking balls, your morals, and your eye in Afghanistan. You little bitch, wipe your chin when you're done sucking Trump's cock.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
That's not the sitting there that I care about. How about when he sat there off the Oval Office for hours watching TV while a mob of people carrying his flag attacked police officers and stormed the Capitol? The President of the United States was not on the side of the Capitol Police. He sat there and watched his DVR, and he ate his well-done hamburgers and did nothing. He did nothing for the Capitol Police that stood there because he was rooting for them to lose. That is not a peaceful transfer of power. That is Donald Trump's behavior that is unacceptable. And honestly, if anybody else in American public life was running against him, I would be for them, including you, including Nikki Haley, who I voted for, including almost all of the elected Democrats.
All right, listen.
That was unacceptable behavior, Dan. That was unacceptable behavior. Do you think?
And I would even throw in anyone who would defend that and minimize what happened on January 6th is un-American trash.
Many people would agree with. I thought that was unacceptable behavior, but let's move forward
to Congressman. Congressman, was it unacceptable behavior for you?
Tim does such a great job making both the case that Donald Trump is an incredible threat to democracy.
Look at what sniveling coward bitch did. Piers goes, well, I thought it was unacceptable. Dude goes, I thought it was unacceptable. Sniveling bitch Crenshaw goes,
I'm willing to stand on a hill that is unpopular and fight for people and for their human rights.
Yeah, look, we could spend an hour debating this, and I have in the past. But when...
Not really, though.
Yeah.
Not really. Not really debate, more of an agreement.
Okay, whatever. I'm happy to debate anybody about it. I think I don't agree.
Okay.
And you're never going to get me to agree by saying it's the left-wing position. It's the pro-trans position.
Oh, I'm done. Shut the fuck up, Jake. What? See, that's where you lose. When you get melodramatic, you've lost. When you get all melodramatic and behave like a child like that, you're tapping out. You're tapping out. That's you admitting you have no defense.
Let's go to our members section. Daisy Dragon says, no, Anna, I disagree. She does mean to mispronounce her name, and she does mean it to be disrespectful. Well, we should throw her in prison.
Whose name was mispronounced?
Nancy Mace mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name and making the grave error of saying Kamala instead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a grave error. I think it's a petty, immature thing to continue to do.
Okay.
I think it should be beneath any adult.
I don't think she intentionally mispronounced her name, but whatever. Yeah. It's everyone can think what they want to think.
She already went through a news cycle of this like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago.
I know, but it's hard to remember because different people say differently.
She's the vice president. No, this person only says it this way. I literally had to remember that it's Kamala because someone told me think of comma and then just say la. That's what the kids did, the DNC. Look, you're not trying to do anything on purpose.
No, I get it, but like
she is because she's a bad person.
Why is she such a toddler? I don't understand. Like John has to treat her with such kids' gloves. He's like, no, honey, don't get in the way of the train. I'm roasting this other person. They're roasting this other person. Like, why are you simping for this? Like, it is immature. It's borderline racist. Surely you could call it a microaggression to say, I don't care how you want your name pronounced.
Not only that, anal Cusporian. But Nancy Mace literally said, I'll say it however I want, and then mispronounced it again right after, just to prove that point. So yes, it's intentional. And yes, Anna is going blonde because she's gearing up to interview at Fox News. So she's got to fit in because they got Stepford journalists over there. Fucking weird. I opened up Steam by mistake. Whoa. Something just updated. Okay. Spectrum vodka. A glass for every class.
Junlei Tennyson. I'm captain around here, but chief to my friends. Hope you don't mind the formal introduction. Groundbreaker doesn't see many visitors.
Nick.
No, it isn't. It's a mess. But it's my mess, so I'll take the compliment. Just so we understand each other, I'm the final word on the ship. The Mardits, the crew, the engineers, their family. I hope there won't be any problems while you're visiting.
Copy that, Chief.
At ease. Nice to see an outsider with some working brain cells. So what brings you to Groundbreaker? I'm curious, even though 9 times out of 10, the answer's just passing through. Interesting. The powers that be paint an ugly picture of Monarch. Critters and such. Maybe someone in the promenade can get you the right weapon for the job. We see a lot of the same faces coming and going. Most of them board spies and corporate sprats. Makes it hard to trust outsiders. You seem different, so welcome aboard.
Parvati, you want to talk to... Go ahead.
What? I didn't think you just...
Parvati, is it? That's a lovely name. What can I do for you?
I was just thinking, I haven't got much experience working with actual real spaceships, Miss Junlei. Chief Junlei.
Junlei is fine.
Okay. Since you run a whole space station, I was wondering if, well, maybe you could teach me some things. I could message you later, maybe?
I'd be happy to make the time, Parvati. You can ask me anything.
What am I standing behind? I like that one.
Right. In person. Sure thing, Captain. Wow, great. I'll do that then. Messages. Later. Oh, your name's pretty too. I should have said sorry. I like it. Honest. Sorry. Couldn't have done it without your moral support, Captain.
Now, if there's nothing else, there are other parts of the ship begging for my attention.
Why are your eyes red?
Groundbreaker's radiators need replacement parts. They're dumping superheated air into my ship. Only the board has access to new parts, and I won't let them swindle me into a corner.
Surely the board doesn't want to.
They want us to sweat, thinking that'll soften me up for a bad faith deal. If you'll excuse me, they can go fuck themselves.
Oh, yes.
The board isn't helping, and my resources are spread thin. If I don't get those radiators back online, Groundbreaker, everyone aboard, will be cooked alive. Reasonable, huh? That's the best news I've heard all day. According to my grandmother's old schematics, the parts we need should be in the back bays. Hold on. There's something you should know before you go charging off. The back bays are on a lower deck, long abandoned and a haven for miscreants now. Good. Once you've obtained the parts, we can proceed to the next phase of repairs.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Remember Auntie Cleo? Because she remembers you. When you were sick, who took your temperature? When you were hungry, who gave you a needle full of love? Auntie Cleo, that's who. Have you given your auntie a hug today? This story brought to you by Halcyon News. All the news that's fit to broadcast.
Leo, better than Ranger. That's frickin' weird. Okay, let's see. So I want to equip that. Equip that. Yeah. Little gun a couple of more things. I'll be back. Satellite.
Oh, neat. They got stuff in here I ain't seen in ages.
Now, this should prove interesting, to say the least.
C&P Borston Baked Beans. When you need to eat and run, Borston Baked Beans is the option. C&P near maple syrup. It's near this complete breakfast.
Are you listening to me, Mfuru? You can't keep me out of there.
Please don't make a scene, Dr. Fenhill.
I am not making a scene. I'm sorry. Am I causing a scene? See, Mfuru? We could have avoided all this unpleasantness if you just let me talk to Jessie in the first place. Let me get one thing straight. Jessie and I are not friends. I just owe her, okay? As for the rest, I'm trying to figure that out. All I know is that she's been here too long, and she's apparently not receiving visitors. Be my guest. If you know something I don't about dealing with hospital bureaucracy, I'll be impressed.
Something I can help you with? If only my other patients had so many inquiring after them. I'll tell you what I've told the others. The records say Miss Doyle checked herself in and requested I admit no visitors. The requests of our patients are paramount, so no, you may not see her. She's not my patient. I'm certain no one on my staff would falsify patient records, if that's what you're implying. Not without dispensation from Chief Junlei, I fear. Supplies are hard to come by out here. We don't have the ability to manufacture our own medical supplies here on Groundbreaker. Regrettably, we are dependent on the board for such mundane items as bandages and antibiotics, as well as more critical resources like adequately trained staff. We'd nearly signed a supply agreement with Anti-Cleos, but they demanded we only use their branded drugs, and that's simply not tenable. Take care.
Can't say I've seen you before. I take it you're a freighter captain? If you're here to better yourself, you'll have to wait. We're having a spot of trouble with our delivery service.
Better myself? Isn't this the med bay?
Sure is. You need a deft hand to straighten a busted nose or sparkle up those not-so-pearly whites? I'm your gal. Of course, there's not much cosmetic improvement going on at the moment, not without my mechanicals. Where the law is Irian anyway?
Surgery on this rickety space station.
Sure. How do you think we keep this pile of junk in the sky? It costs bits, and a little prettying up brings in a fair few of them. Or it would, if I had my dang mechanicals.
Wheeler told me to tell you to get off his ass. What's going on?
I'm expecting our delivery fellow to stop through with medical supplies and service auto mechanicals. Name's Captain Irion. A brave idiot with a penchant for getting himself delayed. Sometimes by dates, usually by bandits.
I could try to find him.
I'd be grateful if you'd spare the time. We need his delivery soon as yesterday. Last he told me, he was taking a shortcut by Scylla, an asteroid in the Charybdis cluster. That's where I'd start, were I the adventuring type. You look out, though. The place is probably crawling with outlaws. Keep hanging around, and I'll begin to think you're here for me. What can I do for you?
I am.
You have yourself a day, then.
Does Dr. Mfuru ever take a day off? Dr. Dorset's a deft hand with a blade. Hardly leaves a scar.
I found an ID card used with a holographic shroud. You will now be able to make disguises and train the associated Dreams, shrouds, and when it runs out, personal see. Talk away the interior reason it will get harder. Talk away the more you interrogate. Hey guys. Where is this? So.
You're sure this is perfectly safe? I'd rather not die early of an infectious disease myself.
For the last ratchet on rotten time. Leave me in peace. You hull-headed quacks, you know that restful recuperation requires not being disturbed, don't you? What? Why? Everything's fine. We're all fine here. No need for her to be worrying her pretty little head about me. I'm just terrible, dreadful sick is all. Got a cough that won't quit and sores all over my body. Highly, lethally contagious. But I'll be fine, so long as I'm left alone. Criminy. She really ain't gonna drop this, is she? Alright, okay. We can discuss this like the level-headed folk that we are. Seems I've got to do something before Ellie goes jabbering my business to anyone with one ear and an intent to listen.
The truth is, I'm not sick. But if you repeat what I'm about to tell you to anyone, I will deny it with my dying breath. You, ain't with the board, are you? See, I owe them a lot. I might have missed a payment or two, and the other night I swear someone was following me back to my room. So I hold up here to lay low.
Huh. Ellie asked me to help you, so that's what I plan to do.
Udon Bedford's the board guy on the station. He'd know how I stand with them. If you can square things for me, I'd owe you one even bigger than Ellie owes me. What? No, I didn't do anything. I'm a law-abiding denizen of this ship, I swear. Think? No. I recognize a contracted killer when I see one, thank you. In my line of work, that's a skill you develop during week 1, assuming you want to keep breathing. All right, I'll fess this part up too, if it means you'll help me. I'm a thief. I specialize in particularly high-end and historically valuable items. 3 weeks back, I caught rumor that the Blood Tier diamond, last worn by an heiress on the Lost Hope, had surfaced for the first time in 70 years.
So you stole it.
If I had, you think I'd be hiding out in the med bay? I was gonna steal it, lined up Udom as my buyer. He paid half up front to finance the operation. Let's just say things went sideways about the time I got my hands on the diamond, and it crumbled to stardust in my palm. Anywho, I barely made it out with my life, and nary a plan to make back Udom's deposit I'd spent.
Look, Udom for you.
Thanks for helping me with the board. You're a real pal. Or I guess I should say, Ellie is one, huh? Heading out.
Something's not right. What do you think you're doing? I don't want any trouble out of you.
Any word on Jessie? Let's just say she did me a favor and now I owe her. So, did you find her or what? Good luck. The board's got an office on the promenade just before engineering. You can't miss it.
Whoa.
Sorry about the heat. Chief Tennyson will get the radiators fixed soon. Of course, this heat sure makes a zero-G brew extra refreshing. It's an ale that's good for what ails you. Oh, and it's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. Taste the freedom. A lot of slogans to keep track of. Sometimes I forget.
Ask you about that.
I'm bound to satisfy headgear-related inquiries. Please send any complaints to our Consumer Care Headwear Division.
Right in there?
Oh, I'm having a stellar day. And not just because I'm legally obligated to say so. Almost as stellar as Spacer's Choice is affordable. I can see all of the top quality merchandise in the Spacer's Choice catalog, which is available here at a reasonable price.
Brush your teeth.
Spacer's Choice regrets that we don't sell toothpaste at this time, but we're always working on delivering exciting new products to our customers. Sprout Wash, Mouthwash, and Mantafloss are among the exciting line of dental goods currently in development.
Eating solid food.
Don't miss out on these deals. You'll find none like them on all of Groundbreaker, or anywhere in the Halcyon Colony.
You guys sleep with that? With that on?
Trouble sleeping? Try our Lunar Eclipse Mix. That's 2 handfuls of pep pills washed down with a hearty swig of 2-hour energy brew. The blast will send you through the stratosphere, and the crash will knock you out cold, guaranteed.
Spacer's Choice, make you know that.
Add an additional 10% to your purchase today, and the proceeds will be donated to Spacer Cares, our premier corporate welfare program. At Spacer's Choice, we care about your health and emotional well-being. That's why we put Martin through 6 years of vendor school, only to make him wear this hat.
You need me to help get you out of there?
Even if my contract didn't forbid it, I think it's part of me now. Now, are you ready to make Spacer's Choice Lunar Green Moonmouth lozenges a part of you? Lunar Green, the future is spearmint.
Can I get a hat like yours?
You would never ask if you knew what it's like in here. I mean, why, anyone can be a Spacer's Choice Consumer Relations Choice Specialist. Just keep your nose clean and aim for the moon.
I'm addressing the man beneath the mask.
Damn it. Slogan for that one. Look, this hat, my job. It may not seem like much to a brave space captain, but they're all that I have. If there are self-made purgatories, then we all have to live in them. Mine can be no worse than someone else's. Now, if we're done with the chit-chat, I hope you don't mind if I make the most of this short life and try to be the best moon person I can be.
Sorry if I pushed too hard, Martin.
It's fine. I should be stronger than this. Thanks for taking an interest. Speaking of interest, can I interest you in some quality budget goods? At Spacer's Choice, we cut corners so you don't have to. Shit. Oh, shit. No, I mean, yeah, excellent. Yeah, that was intentional. As the face of Spacer's Choice, it's my honor to be a public figure. Who needs privacy when you have job security? Heard of it? My orientation aetherwave showed that famous Saltuna cannery, which I'm sure smells as good as it looks.
If you did, that'd be good, actually. They could use the help.
And if you do, please don't mention us.
I'd have to go over my contract, but I don't think I'm allowed to leave Groundbreaker. Or this stall. So, what can I get you? Some soap? Everyone loves soap. Everyone will love you for using it, too. Anything and everything. Whatever you want, we got it. And when you need a replacement, we got that too. Have a look. What can I do for you? Need some Adrena? Don't take my word for it.
Regret thinking that
Rizzo's Knocking Out Bar, a CCN 76 milk chocolate bar with caramel and pea-free nuts in it. Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch, Triple Flakes, and Purple Berry flavored power nuts. Now with 12% more.
I wonder what that fella did to get the board so wild at him. Hey, Mr. Vicar. Do you ever get a little bit homesick for Edgewater? For that ocean stink?
No, I do not.
You're supposed to say yes and go on to explain why. I just want to have a conversation.
Of course you do.
Hey there, you mind stepping back? This charming little ship's been impounded and I'm afraid I can't let you near it till it's not.
Okay.
I'd surely love to, but that's just not my bailiwick. You'll want to have words with our representative here from the board, Mr. Udom Bedford. His office is on the promenade. I ain't felt so much as a tepid breeze in weeks.
Well, it doesn't smell as bad here as Edgewater's graveyard in high summer, so guess I can't complain.
Either way, let's not stick around so long we all roast alive. No offense, Ms. Elson, I'm sure whatever critical problem needs fixing will get patched in time.
Whew. I'm starting to feel like a sisty roast in all this armor. Have yourself a pleasant day.
So,
Going for a stroll around the docking base?
with your mother.
Gonna head to Vera's for whiskey and darts. Maybe not that.
Rizzo's Lemon Slap. Slap your whole family tonight.
Slapped your whole family?
Mechanicals all over, but they still got us sweating to move boxes.
Good night.
I was wondering what they do with their waste. I guess they just chuck it down here. Where's it all go?
Maybe not.
Hey.
Hey.
Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of noted terrorist Phineas Wells. Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of noted terrorist Phineas Wells. Report any sightings to your local board embassy.
Hey, McRed, were you expecting any company?
A neighbor from above approaches our realm. Back away now, or you'll parley with the king. Look at this ripe piece of meat just sizzling on the grill. Yum, yum. Time to feed the flames. It's nothing personal. Promise.
What?
Is this what carbon monoxide poisoning looks like? I don't think this deck is too well ventilated.
Speaking for myself, Captain, I am not of a mind to be murdered by a psychopath who plays with fire.
You came with the crew. Welcome. We got plenty of space to spread out, but only room for one captain.
Boarding the ship and
You stumbled into my court without an invitation, neighbor from above. If you don't have any business, then it's time to light up the grill.
Oh, good. A fight.
I'm keen.
oh Lord.
Who the? Hey, McRed, were you expecting any company? A neighbor from above approaches our realm. Back away now, or you'll parley with the king. Look at this, right? Peace time.
Is this what
You came... You stumbled into my court with... No one turns their... Incoming! Hey, I'll take care of them. Who the? Hey, McRed, were you expecting any company? A neighbor from above approaches our realm. Back away now, or you'll parley with the king.
I'll have your back.
I'm going to knock them off! Ow!
Security threat eliminated.
Who the? I'm on it.
Beginning to...
Smells kind of like old Mess's outflow pipes. Ugh.
Can you imagine being frozen for 10 years, sailing through space in a room such as this?
What do you think you're doing?
Just don't make any trouble for me, okay? Haven't seen any new faces down here since I arrived. Not sure how long ago that was. McRed tends to incinerate anyone who comes by. It's too bad. I mean, he was a scary fucker, total pyromaniac, but you know how it is. You meet a guy, get used to his quirks, and then blam. I'll get back to my post. See you topside, stranger.
Hey,
Fantastic, we've got them. Now we can move on to cleaner pastures.
Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Tossball finals are scheduled to air soon, but a scandal has rocked the league and thrown this pivotal game into question. Both teams have tested negative for performance-enhancing stims. A tossball first.
Oh.
Coaches and referees are debating how and if this behavior could lead to an unfair advantage. This has been Halcyon News, your only source for news in the Halcyon colony.
You've returned, and in one piece. Color me impressed.
Got the parts for the radiators.
Good work. I'll take those. I need you to head through the large door at the far end of engineering. Take the elevator down into the machinery shaft. There's a terminal in the back. Activate it when I call over the ship's PA. And bring weapons. There's a slight mantipillar infestation.
That's nice.
More than a few. Less than a hive. Nothing you can't handle. We were salvaging parts from a ship. Turned out there were eggs inside. They got into the radiators, and here we are.
Don't worry, Miss Junlei. We'll be super gentle with the ship. You don't got a thing to worry about. I mean, aside from fires and such.
I'm genuinely heartened to hear that. Thank you.
Bad acting.
Keep your wits about you down there. I don't want to clean crispy freelancer bits out of the radiators.
about your plan, Mr. Wicker.
Of course. The cosmos is generated and directed by the universal equation, also known as the Grand Plan. By contemplating the teleological order of things, one can achieve verity. Oh, right. You had a question?
Never mind. That about answers it.
The controls are in the back of the machinery shaft area. Keep clear of the radiators. You don't seem to know the mess village, but I'd be mighty grateful if you did. I've got this thing about dying insects.
Don't mess with us.
Good news? Song tells me the security mechanicals booted up and killed a bunch of mantis. Bad news. Diagnostic says their circuit boards are fused from the heat, so they're not too picky about who they kill next. Sneak past if you can. Shoot back. I can always fix them later.
Processing.
I'll keep quiet.
That's the terminal. I have the parts in position on my side. Go ahead and cycle the droplet pump. And if you don't know what that means, just look for a command that says cycle droplet pump.
Here they come! Sure thing! Here we go!
Let me handle them. That's the last of them.
Problem.
Done. The temperatures are dropping. Stop by once you found your way out of there. Groundbreaker owes you thanks.
My dad taught me some French, you know? Stuff about omelets and, fromage. I could take a look at that journal.
By all means. I would be astounded, yet astronomically in your debt.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing at all about eggs and cheese in here. Sorry.
Very helpful. Thank you.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled ad. advertisement for the following story. Remember Auntie Cleo? Because she remembers you. When you were sick, who took your temperature?
My boards are returning to green. What a weight that is off my shoulders. I don't normally tolerate outsiders mucking about in my station's guts, but you're all right. The temperature should be dropping as we speak. I'll see to it the crew knows who kept us all from boiling alive. If you've got time, I believe Edna has a comms issue that could use your attention. I've also authorized Doc Mfuru to sell you our premium meds. Frustrating. Everything down to the circuit boards is past warranty, so I have the pleasure of making life or death decisions on a shoestring budget. Plus, there's no time to train my successor or document fixes in a way that anyone outside the family would understand. Sure is. The Tennysons came over on the groundbreaker. My grandmother, Chief Gaying, kept it together during the crossing and until she died. I was promoted only recently, when my mom died. Then I took the leap from chief engineer to captain.
They must have been amazing people who have taught you all you know, I mean, which is a lot.
That means a lot coming from a fellow engineer. Appreciate it. There wasn't much that took me by surprise about the job, but the little things you never expect or think about, they add up over time. Maybe you can see why I'm protective of Groundbreaker. This ship is family. It's got tinkerings and bypasses that only Tennysons know about.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I'm really just a dab hand with a wrench. Nothing special. Not like a chief engineer.
Don't sell yourself short. It doesn't take a seasoned pro to tinker on Groundbreaker. Just someone who knows how a ship ought to feel. We're always thirsting for help. If you could find your way around this labyrinth of ducts and panels, we could work something out. You see any bite-sized Tennyson children running around? I didn't think so. The next captain won't have my heritage. I'll have to foster that talent from somewhere. It's only a question of when. You've got my attention. You're right, I don't. The board is after two things, bits and power, and they only get it by sticking their nose where it doesn't belong. I placate them when I have something to offer, but I can also be a real hard-ass. It'd be a joy if I could kick out the corporate merchants and reclaim the docking fees in my lifetime. Too much of Groundbreaker's income is flowing in the wrong direction. I'd like to see that change. You've got my attention.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Do you have what it takes to defend your corporate township from the dangers of alien wildlife and the unemployed? Talk to your local manager about applying for military training and lend your life to protecting our wonderful brands and products. Military service does not guarantee full employment rights, tax breaks, military discount, health benefits, military burial, participation medal, training, or weapons. This story brought to you by Halcyon News.
You aiming to send a message? If so, we best do it now while we still got time. Me? No. But our relaying capabilities? That's on the final countdown. We're going offline in 3, 2, 1.5... No. Wait, I've lost track of my weeks. Maybe it was 36 or... sometime dire soon. Our primary relay station's soon to be occluded by a gas giant. Happens every 40 years or thereabouts. The event's forecasted to last for months, during which we'll lose signal to the station.
And that's our problem, how?
We've got backup auxiliary relays, but the one currently in orbital range went offline some months ago. We can't spare people for routine maintenance. Yeah, I'm working on it. I finally got the chief to approve the budget for a diagnostic expedition. But allocating the personnel loss for sending a technical team to the relay station keeps getting denied by Junlei. The chief.
Check out the relay.
I should say no, but why not? Maybe you can figure out why it's offline. I'll send you with an equipment manual. Hopefully we'll get lucky, or I'll get my approval in time.
Hope you don't mind if I borrow that manual when you're done with it, Captain. I could do with some leisure reading.
Oh, and I'll need you to retrieve a copy of the relay's backup data. I gotta forward any messages from Earth stored in the memory. Better late than never, eh? The relay stations orbit the edge of the Halcyon system, so they tend to receive the majority of any transmissions from Earth. I'm sure the station's got a stack of junk messages just waiting for me to sort through. It's not like they're in high demand. Most tend to be adverts on new products, meaning only folks in Byzantium can afford them.
Ah, the board. Organized, efficient, competent. Well, mostly.
I think everything in here is worth more than I made in my whole life.
Indicate that rates of time theft are on the rise.
Has something happened to my favorite scruffy freelancer?
That is fun.
Oh no, this is terrible. My dear friend, what devilry is this? In whose miserable fever dream am I trapped?
Going to wring your scrawny neck, you sprat fuck.
Oh, Alex. There were so many arguments we'd yet to have. He was my dearest friend. My only friend. You have his ship, you must know. That picture of us on the promenade, me hugging him, him wincing. I keep a copy beside my bed. Did he? Ah, that's just like him. Such a sentimental man. Tell me, How did he die? Oh, awful business that. But why? How? No. Best not to ask after the gory details. Right. You're going important places, I'm sure. Big, exciting, important places. There, I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. However, before you go, Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters all over the colony. Did Alex tell you where Wells might be? Anything at all? You haven't read the posters? He's a terrorist, a thief, a madman. It's really in the colony's best interest that we stop him before he does further harm.
What do you think I do?
Well, Alex knew, or he said he did. And you have his ship. Maybe he kept some records around, or a conveniently placed note on his bedside table. That's... well, that's just terrible news. Law, what am I going to do now? The board will have my head. Oh, I'm sorry. This is terribly unprofessional of me. Is there anything else I might help you with? It's personal business, I'm afraid. Miserably, terribly personal. I don't intend to be. It's just a matter of trust. Information on the whereabouts of Phineas Wells would go a long way. It's... well, it's my white whale, I suppose. What? All right, I suppose. How might I assuage your fears? Whom else would I work for? Those sublight thugs? That Tennyson woman? The sweaty masses in the groundside townships? The board is the only force for order in this rough and tumble colony of ours. Without them, we'd all starve to death or meet our end in a canid's jaws. That's a curious question. I can't say I've ever considered how my personal satisfaction factors into the work I do. Permit me to answer your question another way. In Byzantium, I was one among many. I often felt lost in the hurry and expanse of the capital. Here I have a measure of power and suffer little oversight. It makes for a different kind of loneliness, but it's one I have found I can endure. I understand. And I would ask the same of you, but I suspect... well, I suspect I'd find your answers less than satisfactory, wouldn't I? Now you see my predicament. So let's move on. Tell me how you know of Phineas. I'm sorry? I'm quite certain I heard Wells. Phineas Wells.
Speak your mind. Honestly, I could use the distraction.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Do you have what it takes to defend your corporate township from the dangers of...
If it wasn't for us, this whole damn station would shut down.
Hearty greeting, potential customer. Welcome to Anti-Status Unit Dispense Proteins for your ingestion. Beginning dispensing sequence. Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of
Ah, the board. Organized, efficient, competent. Well, mostly.
I think everything in here is worth more than I made in my whole life.
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. He must be the captain of the Unreliable, a vessel that used to be helmed by one Alex Hawthorne. And you are not he. Has something happened to my favorite scruffy freelancer? Oh no, this is terrible. My dear friend, what devil? There's no need for hysterics. This is all a hilarious misunderstanding. I impounded Alex's ship, not yours. I ask him to turn in Phineas Wells. He tells me he will soon. I impound his ship. He explains why he can't give me the info right now. I ask him to turn in Wells. Around and around we go.
Okay. I don't want to be mean to him. It was a hilarious thing to say.
Ah, yes. Has... Oh no. Oh, He was my dearest. You have his ship, you must. Ah, that's just like him. Tell me. No! How dreadful. That was always Alex's greatest. Right, right. You're going. There. I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. However, before you go, Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his. You haven't read. Well, Alex knew. What? All right. Whom else would I... The board is the... That's a... Permit me to answer your question. Here I have a measure of power and suffer little oversight. It makes for a different kind of loneliness, but... I understand. And I would ask the same of you. Now you see my predicament. So let's move on. Tell me how you know. Amazing! I didn't think those things... An apprehension of this caliber will be tremendous for my career. I'll send you straight away to my superiors in Byzantium, only... Oh, la. Oh, no. Just a teensy one, the teensiest. Nothing to, The thing is, I needed money. A lot of money, quickly, for reasons.
Dang. Again, I was hoping it was 6.
Bummer. I might have pawned my official board seal to Gladys, the black market fence here on the Groundbreaker. I can't authorize the paperwork you'll need to turn Phineas in without it.
Stray too much from the, straight and narrow, and one may just find himself assigned pastoral duty in a maximum security penitentiary.
To give away something so important to you, there must have been some curious reasons.
I'll thank you not to question my motives, young miss. It was a mistake, and I'd like to put it behind me. It's only temporary, of course. I'd never leave something so important in the hands of someone of such a dubious moral character. I was going to buy it back once I raised the capital. So you'll need to get my seal back from her if you want to hand Phineas over to the board. That's really neither here nor there, don't you think? I've been working on something on the side, all right? Something not entirely, on the level. It's a little silly, I'll admit. Silly and completely illegal. I'd be forced into early retirement if the board found out. I produce bootleg serials. I can't help myself. Jurisprudence After Hours, or All My Colonists, The New Immortals, romance, tragedy, debt collection. And they're all mine.
That was you? Oh my stars. All My Colonists is just... Well, it gave me a story hangover for days, Mr. Udom.
You're a fan? I've never met one in the flesh. I suddenly feel quite naked.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Udom. I don't judge.
The heart wants what it wants, as they say, and mine yearns for the adoration of the masses. Held at a comfortable distance, of course. flatterer. I might have pawned my official board seal to Gladys, the black market fancier on the Groundbreaker. I can't authorize the paperwork you'll need to turn Phineas in without it.
Stray too much from the,
I'll thank you. It's only temporary, of course. So you... You probably don't even know where Wells is. None of my contacts ever pan out. Law, what am I going to do now? The board will have my head. Oh, I'm sorry. Miss Doyle owes the board a significant sum. Alas, the only collateral she has is her organs. Compulsory donation is quite legal in such cases.
kind and efficient. Can't say I disapprove. Although, seeing as this woman isn't a member of our crew, it'd be nice if the price weren't quite so high.
I think you may have underestimated the size of Miss Doyle's debt. If you'll look over this itemized bill. I am extremely anguished, Captain. Please respect my feelings in this difficult time.
I doubt Mr. Bedford's ever felt real pain. We could introduce him to the sort of suffering that actually constitutes extreme anguish. For the good of his understanding, of course.
Be careful you don't irritate my guards, Vicar. You might not like their rather narrow understanding of what constitutes excessive force. Unless you can offer some other means of resolving her. That's not unreasonable.
I guess it's better than losing your organs, but I don't know, Captain. It just doesn't seem right.
Miss Doyle is deeply in debt, and the board has every right to do whatever they like to recoup that debt. What guarantee do I have that she'll agree to the terms you negotiate? You might be surprised. But we'll proceed on the assumption she'll be reasonable. I will recall my collection agent. Tell Miss Doyle to report to me promptly for her first assignment. Now, is there anything else you need, or can I return to my work? Ah, yes. Has... Oh. You have his... Ah, that's... Tell me. No! Right. There. I've removed the flap. Alex promised to... You? Well, What? All? Whom? The board? That's a permit here. Why? Night. I'm sorry? I'm quite... Huh. Amazed. An apprehension. Just the thing.
Stray too much.
To give away.
All thank. It's all. So you'll. That's really neither here. It's a little. I produce boot, and they're all.
That was you?
You're a fan?
Oh, it's all.
The heart wants. Flatterer. I might.
Straight.
Off. It's. So. That's the. You probably don't. Law, what am I? Oh. Miss Doyle owes the.
Kind and efficient.
I think you may have under. I am
I doubt, Mr. Bedford.
Be careful. I'm glad we could come to an accommodation. You may inform Miss Doyle that our collections agent will be recalled. Now, is there anything else you need, or can I return to my work? Be my... I'm the certified representative of the board's interests here on the Groundbreaker. I'm their... I have few complaints.
You refer to the radiator issue? Oh, goodness, it was dreadful. I was sweating constantly. Chief Tennyson certainly did take her time resolving it. I owe you a debt, then. I was going through 3-4 shirts a day. Still, that Tennyson woman. Deplorable conduct. My superiors will be hearing about it. You can be certain of that.
She did everything she could. It was your people's fault, not Junlei's.
I understand your frustration, young miss. I do. But the situation is... complicated. I will leave it at that. Now, was there anything else? Oh, you've noticed my friends. Wonderful. Aren't their guns very large? Tremendously impressive. They're here to keep the peace, of course. Precisely. Groundbreaker makes much ado about its independent status, and so resents any board presence, no matter how benign. When the alternative is board guards at their gates, yes, I do. They don't see it that way, of course, but I can't say I much care. A luxury stateroom, reserved for Chairman Rockwell's use. Oh, good law, of course not. He'd never set foot on this decrepit junk pile. As this office is the primary embassy for the board on Groundbreaker, corporate bylaws specifically state a room must be maintained for the chairman's exclusive use. Good law. Who'd want... No, emphatic. Best to be clear, I believe. Ask away. How do you do? Huh.
Careful where you smoke. Crew bills us for air filtration.
CNP Borscht Pockets can be macro-hid in 2.5 seconds. Borscht Pockets.
You look like someone who's taken their share of cuts and bruises. Need some armor? Maybe it's a bit secondhand, but that's only a testament to its durability. We also have a line of specialized melee weapons, for those times you have to repel boarders but don't want to risk a bullet through the hull. Not me, but it's in my blood. After the crossing, my family worked Eridanos, indentured to the corporations. I was born into corporate labor, but I'm the first one of my family to buy my way out. That's why I settled on Groundbreaker. It's the last bastion of freedom. Everything I sell is fresh from the forge. Technically, the metal formed billions of years ago, but it's freshly in this shape.
If you're hungry, you've come to the right place. I've got a fresh ground batch of spratwurst cooking. They're terra-fried to lock in the juices. How about a grinder's dozen? You know what sprats are? Space rats. The laboratories of Spacer's Choice found a use for this limitless frontier resource. Sprat meat is plenty tasty when properly prepared. We grind them up in sausages, then terra-fry them in their own juices. Absolutely not. Spratwurst and all related terms are registered trademarks of Spacer's Choice. Boar, the other meat, is a registered trademark of C&P. Everyone knows our company and theirs are nothing alike. Terra-frying is a Spacer's Choice brand secret. A mix of 13 herbs and spices, plus a dash of modern chemistry. Legally? No. The terra-frying method was developed and marketed by Spacer's Choice. Between you, me, and this grinder, I've been through lean times. If there's one thing you learn on tramp freighters, it's how to make near anything edible. Might be that this old space hand put a few words in the right ears, and could be that Spacer's Choice liked sticking it to C&P by R&D'ing our own special meat. Just as well, near about time for me to go check on the trap. I mean, to unload another crate of farm-fresh sprats. Long as you don't mind me grinding spratwurst while we talk. Little things don't make themselves chewy. At least not yet. I'm sure modern science will find a way. Just as...
Got any leads on salvage? Doesn't even have to be broke yet. We'll take anything. Salvage is a family business. We've got each other's backs. Miss Lilia takes good care of us, see? The authorities stay off our trails.
Do it.
Welcome to Sublight Salvage and Shipping, a legitimate business for legitimate consumers. You the one flying the unreliable? Miss Lily has been expecting you. I'll unlock the door. Sure am. A few years back, they got me started on simple acquisitions. You know those latches they put on cargo bays ain't worth a damn? These days, I stick to HQ and look after Miss Lilia.
C&P near maple syrup. It's near this complete breakfast.
Wish I could say it was good to see you, Ellie. At least you finally got your chance to square our debt. That ought to make you smile for once, huh?
Nothing makes me happier than being even. Except being right. That's nice, too. The good news came through the wireless. Looks like you paid my debt to Jesse. I guess that means I owe you now, right? Tell you what, I'm a little short on bits at the moment, but I'm a decent scrapper and a better-than-average sawbones. If you're looking for a medic, I can work my debt off. If I'm being honest, and I prefer not to, I was about ready to pick up another contract anyway. And you settled this in a pretty tidy fashion, which tells me you're competent. But we can say I'm repaying the favor if you prefer that version. She helped me win a bet. We were on a smuggling run planetside when our point man bet me I couldn't outrun a mantisaur. And, as you can probably guess, the thing was faster than it looked. Probably would have caught me if Jesse hadn't picked it off. Yeah, but the important thing is I won the bet. It's like people touching a cookie and leaving it in the box. It's just one of those things that gets under my skin. You won't be sorry. Though it looks like you've got a full roster already. Time to play favorites, Captain.
Welcome to the crew, Miss Ellie. We're real happy to have you.
Hello. Junlei called up from Dr. Fenhill, I hope you're not here to harass any of our patients.
Harassing? Come on, I was trying to help Jesse.
You have a creative definition of helping.
Then it's lucky for us both that I've found gainful employment with someone who appreciates my ingenuity.
Good luck with this one, Captain. Now, is there something I can help you with? Take care.
Stop! What do you think you're doing?
All right, I'll look the other way this time.
Is it just me, or is Groundbreaker feeling extra chilly? Maybe you ought to help yourself to a piping hot frozen dinner.
What are you saying, Martin? That's an Auntie Cleo's product.
My law, what have I done? The company will have my head. Both of them. This is awful. Help me! Oh, Lord!
Gotcha. What I wouldn't give to see the look on your face. This guy's real easy to fuck with.
What kind of depraved mind would conjure such a nightmare?
It's your party, Captain.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to put this behind us and forget it ever happened.
The beds are comfy, but you'll want to check the mattress before you settle in.
Advertisement for the following story. Do Do you have what it takes to defend your corporate township from the dangers of alien wildlife and the unemployed?
How do you do? And welcome to the Rest and Go. We used to be... Sorry. Of course. Most of our supplies come and go. I try and steer clear of that creepy fellow in the moon mask. If there's a cost to being a company man, he paid it in spades. Fine, as long as the board keeps its grubby mitts to itself. Chief Tennyson holds the ship together, the Promenade holds our economy together, and Sublight is the shoddy jewel in our rusty old crown. Our local garbage collectors. That Lilia Hagen never met a debris field she didn't like. She freely admits she planted her roots in Groundbreaker to escape board oversight. But I think there's more to it. She's unusual in the head, that one. Our Chief Tennyson has an independent streak, same as her mother and grandmother who rode this ship on the crossing. There's a reason the board's embassy is a glorified shoebox. While Junlei Tennyson lives and breathes, Groundbreaker remains free. Oh, you can't miss her. Right behind you, number 2. First unit on the left, or second unit from the right, depending on which direction you count from.
Remember Auntie Cleo? Because she remembers you. When you were sick, who took your temperature? When you were hungry, who gave you a needle full of love? Auntie Cleo, that's who. Have you given your auntie a hug today? This is reminding you that there's no I in news, no we in Halcyon, and no Mercury in Saltuna.
Bless my heart. A stranger come knocking on a poor old woman's door. You here for a particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient, or an oven. Just like store-bought. Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. For the time being, at least. Now, I only have the one nav key. And they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself lacking in the bits, I might have an opportunity you'd be interested in. Phineas, that old kook. He was quite the dancer back in his prime, did he tell you? Real light on his feet. Real light in the wallet, too. He still owes me a small fortune. Laws. Maybe I should charge you double. Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility. Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as earn some tips. But if you've got qualms... Do you know Edna, over in engineering? Sweet as a pea, that one. On occasion, she'll pass along transmissions I might find interesting. She sent me a recording of a distress signal she'd scraped from the Groundbreaker's comm array. Curious thing is, it came from an outpost called Roseway. And Auntie Cleo abandoned that place years ago. can't say I know for sure. Maybe it never really was.
Wonder what kind of haul they left behind.
Comm centers don't operate themselves, Captain. Someone had to have sent that distress call manually.
Those corps are cleverer than all get out. Might have been a ruse to keep the rest of the board from sniffing around. You've got an ear for intrigue and a nose for bits. I like that. Here's a copy of the SOS recording, complete with the coordinates. If you should find a secret worth selling, might be I could find a buyer. Corporate bigwigs will pay top bit for inside information on their competitors. The more we got the corps fighting each other, the less time they got to meddle in our affairs. Don't forget to come find old Gladys when you're done. I've got a lovely little throw pillow. Just something I toss together. Like to keep my hands busy.
hesitate through the secret and ancient doors. Unbegun, emanating bizarre, swept away to the castle of Cantar. Cantar. Seeking the tomb, trying to possess immortal sleep, visions of death, drink of the blood, water of life, splendorous sun, show me the sign you are dead. You are dead. Language you fear, unknown to man, demons appear, death they command, dead by dawn, 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 dead by dawn. Death will make me. We are, we are, we are, we are. We are what was and shall rule again. Death by dawn, chanting death, the ancient hymn. This is not real, I am not the chosen one. Trapped in a spell of Necronomicon. Caught in pain in the palace of death. Resuscitate through the passages I dreamt. Dead, dead by dawn. Dead, dead by dawn. Shout at the devil. He's the wolf screaming lonely in the night. He's the blood stain on the stage. He's the tear in your eyes, been tempted by his lie. He's the knife in your back, he's rage. Well, he's the razor to the knife. Oh, lonely is our lives. My head spinning round and around. But in the seasons of wither, we'll stand and deliver. Be strong and laughing. Shout, 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 shout at the devil. Shout, shout, shout. He'll be the love in your eyes. He'll be the blood between your thighs, and then have you cry for more. He'll put strength to the test. He'll put the thrill back in bed. I'm sure you've heard it all before. You'll be the risk in the kiss. Might be anger on your lips. Might run scared for the door. But in seasons of wither, we'll stand and deliver. Be strong and laughing. Shout, 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 shout at the devil. Shout, 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 shout at the devil. He's the wolf screaming lonely in the night. He's the blood stain on the stage. He's the tear in your eyes, been tempted by his lie. He's the knife in your back, he's rage. He's the to the knife. Oh, lonely is our lives, my head spinning round and around. But in the seasons of weather, we'll stand and deliver. Be strong and let me shout, 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 shout at the devil. Shout, shout, shout at the devil. Shout, 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 shout at the devil. Shout, 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 shout at the devil. Shout, shout, shout,
Here our soldiers stand from all around the world, waiting in the line to hear the battle cry. All are gathered here, victory is near. The sound will fill the hall, bringing power to us all. We alone are fighting for metal that is true. We own the right to live the fight, we're here for all of you. Now swear the blood upon your steel will never dry. Stand and fight together beneath the battle sky. Brothers everywhere, raise your hands into the air. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Like thunder from the sky, swore to fight and die. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Many stand against us, but they will never win. We said we would return, and here we are again. To bring them all destruction, suffering and pain. We are the hammer of the gods, we are thunder, wind and rain. There they wait in fear, with swords in feeble hands. With dreams to be a king, first one should be a man. I call them out and charge them all with a life that is a lie. And in the final hour they shall confess before they die. Brothers everywhere, raise your hands into the air. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Like thunder from the sky, swore to fight and die. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Brothers everywhere, raise your hands into the air. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Like thunder from the sky, swore to fight and die. We're warriors, warriors of the world. If I should fall in battle, my brothers who fight by my side, gather my horse and weapons, tell my family how I died. Until then I will be strong, I will fight for all that is real. All who stand in my way will die by steel. Brothers everywhere, raise your hands into the air. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Like thunder from the sky, swore to fight and die. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Brothers everywhere, raise your hands into the air. We're warriors, warriors of the world. Like thunder from the sky, swore to fight and die. We're warriors, warriors of the world.
I bought a train in the broken glass, swept down the sewer with the rest of the trash. Never to be seen again. I can make it a home in a garbage can. But here's a little story that I live to tell. Hello from the gutter, hello from a little hell. Wasted days, wasted nights, hypnotized by the city lights. Another king and another queen, living in the shadows so they can't be seen. But remember all the world lies at your feet. And the big apple's rotten, rotten in the heat. Hello, hello, hello from the gutter. the rest of the trash. But here's a little story that we live to tell. Hello from the gutter, hello from my little hell. Hello from the gutter, hello from the gutter. Hello from the gutter, hello from the gutter. Hey, hello from the gutter. Hey, welcome to the gutter. We've been expecting you. Hello from the gutter. Halo from the gutter. Welcome to the gutter. We've been expecting you. Tell me what's the light? Tell me what's the light? Tell me what's the light? Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun of the world. Eve walked down to the garden. Serpent said, shall we begin? If God up above wants you so dumb, what kind of devil does that make him? Tell me what's that light? Tell me what's that light? Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun of the world. Eve walked down to the garden. Serpent said, shall we begin? If God up above wants you so dumb, what kind of devil does that make him? Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the son of the world. Adam's scorn was upon Eve. He said, woman, you made me sin. Eve said, the true God came down from above, took a snake just to let the light in. Tell me what's that light? Tell me what's that light? Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the son of the world. God came down from heaven, said, what have you two done? Snake said, if that's the kind of God you're gonna be, maybe heaven ain't so much fun. Tell me what's that light? Tell me what's that light? Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the son of the world. Tell me what's that love? Tell me what's that love? Tell me what's that love? Lucifer's the love of the world. 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 Tell me what's that light? just to let the light in. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Lucifer's the sun of the world. God came down from heaven, said, what have you two done? Snake said, if that's the kind of God you're gonna be, maybe heaven ain't so much fun. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Lucifer's the sun of the world. Tell me what's that love? Lucifer's the love. Tell me what's that love? Lucifer's the love. Tell me what's that love? Lucifer's the love. Lucifer's the love of the world. 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 Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Lucifer's the sun of the world. Eve walked down to the garden. Serpent said, shall we begin? If God up above wants you so dumb, what kind of devil does that make him? Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Lucifer's the sun of the world. Adam's scorn was upon Eve. He said, woman, you made me sin. Eve said, the true God came down from above, took a snake just to let the light in. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that light? Lucifer's the light. Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Lucifer's the sun of the world. God came down from heaven, said, what have you two done? Snake said, if that's the kind of God you're gonna be, maybe heaven ain't so much fun. Tell me what's that light? Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Satanas, Lucifer. Belial, Behemoth, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Satanas, Lucifer. Since dawn of time, the fate of man is that of lice, equal as parasites and moving without eyes. A day of reckoning with penances to burn. Count down together now, say the words that you learn. Hail Satan, Arcangelo. Hail Satan, welcome year zero. Hail Satan, Arcangelo. Hail Satan, welcome year zero. Belial, Behemoth, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Satanas, Lucifer. Blessed fallen kings and queens, comforting in their faith. Unbeknownst to them is the presence of a wraith. Since fate of man is equal to the fate of lice, as new dawn rises, you shall recognize. Now behold the Lord of lies. Hail Satan, Arcangelo. Hail Satan, welcome year zero. Hail Satan, he will tremble the nations, kingdoms to fall one by one, victim to fall for temptations, a daughter to fall for a son. The ancient serpent deceiver, the masses standing in awe. He will ascend to the heavens above the stars of God. Hail Satan, Arcangelo. Hail Satan, welcome year zero. Hail Satan, Arcangelo. Hail Satan, welcome year zero. the world. Lucifer of the world. Lucifer of the love. Lucifer of the world. Lucifer of the love. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's the sun. Lucifer's the son of the world. Eve walked down to the garden. Serpent said, shall we begin? If God up above wants you so dumb, what kind of devil does that make him? Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's sun. Lucifer's the son of the world. Adam's scorn was upon Eve. He said, woman, you made me sin. He said the true God came down from above, took a snake just to let the light in. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's sun. Lucifer's the son of the world. God came down from heaven, said, what have you two done? Snake said, if that's the kind of God you're gonna be, maybe heaven ain't so much fun. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Tell me what's that like? Lucifer's the light. Lucifer's the light of the world. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's sun. Tell me what's that sun? Lucifer's sun. Lucifer's the son of the world. Tell me what's that love? Lucifer's love. Tell me what's that love? Lucifer's love. Tell me what's that love? Lucifer's love. Lucifer's the love of the world. Lucifer's the love of 2025. My light so bright, we'll meet again under the starlit night.
biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation, and it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here? You're gonna end up in World War III. Just to go into another subject, what they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country. And look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. Not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase. Make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, will end up being Venezuela on steroids. The people on television say my dog was taken and used for food, but the people on television say their dog was eaten by the people that went there, went there, and went there, and went there. It's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back, 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 back. The people on Canaan, they're eating the cats. They're eating the isn't the dog country back. And World War III, just to go in to talk about it. Because they're sowing this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. The reason they go is they love what the praise of the people that live there. See that dog was taken, now they use for food. Other people on television. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation, and it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here? You're going to end up in World War III. Just to go into another subject, what they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country. And look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. Not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase. Make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids. The people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. But the people on television say their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Woke up this morning, turned on the news, saw a man in the suit, spreading lies and abuse. He talks a big game, but it's all just a show, leaving this country with nowhere to go. He's bad news for America, bad news for the world, tearing down the truth, watching flags unfurl. Got folks divided, fighting in the streets, while he's sitting pretty in a golden seat. Oh, he's bad news, and this old land's got the blues. He says he's a hero, but it's greed in his eyes, turns friends into foes, spreads rumors and lies. The world's on fire, he just fans the flame, with a grin on his face, playing his blame game. He's bad news for America, bad news for the world, tearing down the truth, watching flags unfurl. Got folks divided, fighting in the streets, while he's sitting pretty in a golden seat. Oh, he's bad news, and this old land's got the blues. We need a leader who's got heart and soul, not a man who's digging us deeper in a hole. The weight of his lies is too much to bear, while he's living large without a care. He's bad news for America, bad news for the world, tearing down the truth, watching flags unfurl. Got folks divided, fighting in the streets, while he's sitting pretty in a golden seat. Oh, he's bad news, and this old land's got the blues. Yeah, he's bad news, oh, he's bad news, and I pray someday we'll lose these blues.
It's almost time for today's episode of The Chairman's Children. Care to listen with me? What do you want, then? My hard-earned wisdom? That's right, dearie. The only independent station in the colony. That's us. Though for how long, I can't say. That all depends on Miss Junlei. The board can't abide a community that won't bend to its will. Chief Junlei Tennyson. Used to be she was chief engineer before her mama passed, and she took the helm. She's neck deep in the ship guts by day, slap fighting with the board by night. Hold on. You already met her. What are you asking me about her for? Bit straight-laced for my tastes, but that's just her nature. She's fierce, too. A fighter. And between you and me, I think the fight's starting to wear on her. Go right ahead, sweetheart. Oh, a little of this, a little of that. I buy and sell items that require discretion to dispose of. Knickknacks. Curios. I also knit throw pillows stuffed with the hair of famous tossball players. But that's more of a passion project.
So that's what that smell is.
Sometimes the hairs poke out between the seams, but I don't mind. That's what the law gave us matches for. But that's not what you wanted to talk about, is it, dear? Ask the common folk, and they'll tell you it's on account of all the monsters on Monarch desperate to gobble you up. Because that's what the board tells them, you see. I think they made some fool mistake that would make them look bad to the rest of the colony, and they're trying to hide the evidence. Those board folk are real prideful-like. Never want you looking back. But old Gladys knows the score. The whole colony's not much more than a diorama, showcasing one board screw-up after another. That's why we gotta keep them from getting their grubby mitts on Groundbreaker. She's our mess. Probably. Every once in a while, we get these snippets of radio chatter. Edna shows them to me. Some man hooting and hollering about the light in us all. Claims he's transmitting from Monarch, but who knows if that's true. Might be true. Might be some new trick from the board. Anytime, sweetheart. You know where to find me. Here, take a candy with you. Gracious. Depend. See the lights. Taking a show or two at the end. All right, I'll sell it. Anything else? Yeah. Anytime.
unused. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Tossball finals are scheduled to air soon, but a scandal has rocked the league and thrown this pivotal game into question. Both teams are...
Don't look funny at the crew. Heard they toss folks out the airlock if they don't like your face.
The monsters you meet along the way. Manner Spanks said, yes. A young caller. This creature will she awaken beast within. Manner Spanking. Okay. Brood is a testament. That's a success.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled for the following story. Some townships have asked Halcyon News to make a statement regarding rumors of food shortages. Rest assured, the far-sighted corporate leaders of Halcyon have tailored their product lines to be selective to the refined customer. Scheduled scarcity is a premium feature of colonial life.
Damnable thing about living on a space station. No pigeons to feed.
That's fit to broadcast.
Oh, you can feed the sprats, sure enough. But then the neighbors start moaning about hygiene.
If you're here for this week's magazine club meeting, you're a touch late. Yes, dear. Which offer were you interested in? You could always try your hand at landing in Cascadia if you're interested in dying horribly. Pick your poison. Marauders, wild beasts, acid lakes, bottomless sinkholes. If you're looking to die, Cascadia is happy to oblige. Landing pad on Monarch. You don't need a nav key to access it, so it's got that going for it. But it's also kilometers away from Stellar Bay, and the Monarch wilds ain't exactly safe. Might be best to, yes. Suit yourself. Straight to the point, eh? All right then, on you go. Anytime, sweetheart.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Spacer's Choice calls rumor of a Saltuna shortage patently baseless. The Edgewater canning facility is operating at full capacity and will be delivering the gourmet Saltuna fillets and other fish-based fine products that valued employees crave. Spacer's Choice representatives would like to assure everyone that they are committed to people, factual advertising, and automation. You've been listening to Halcyon, your mandated duty as a good citizen of Halcyon.
Rizzo Chocolate Bar and 76 milk chocolate bar with caramel and pea-free nuts in it. It's time for a KYO.
How goes the hunt? I've been ruminating on it. Nothing excessive, mind you, but this... I believe I'm growing fond of you, bounty hunter. If you got the Mardets' backs, the Mardets have got yours. Here's the bounty payout. Nice work down there. With any luck, we can hire more sharp-eyed bounty hunters like you in the future. The outlaw scientist fella, right. The board's had it out for him for ages. If you have an inkling of the wheres or what-fors of his location, Udon Bedford would surely like to hear it. To the board, yeah. But he's never done nothing to Groundbreaker, so I've no problem with him. We keep the poster up. Hey, bounty hunter. With that bastard McRed.
What can Groundbreakers... This is... If you're here to report a... I'm not so good at filing. Folks are liable to start taking your filing. I told you we don't. You have done a lot for us, Captain. I'll talk to the Commandant. All right, I guess.
Sally, Dr. Finhill. I notice your pistol's been making a funny noise.
What are you talking about? I oil it every night.
Well, look here. Your slide's not recoiling fully. You might be due for a new spring. I could take a look, maybe fix it for you.
Sure. I'm short on bits at the moment, but I'll pay you back.
Oh, no. I mean, it don't cost nothing. I got a spare spring in my pocket here, even.
Everything's got a price.
Hey, you got a second? Fancy running into you again. Don't mind me. It's just admiring your ship from up close. Gotta hand it to you, boss. That's a fine-looking ship. Only thing it's missing is me. Yes, I absolutely am. Just give me a shot. That's all I'm asking. I could be the best damn crew you ever hired. You're serious. You're giving me a shot. All right. Hang on. I put together a little speech, just in case you asked. Hey there. I'm Felix Millstone. I have prepared a list of reasons why I believe you should hire me to join the crew of your ship and/or outlaw gang. Firstly, I am highly personable, and I get along well with anyone who is not of the jackass persuasion.
I'm sorry. He's funny.
Secondly, I can be counted on in the event of a firefight, standoff, and/or raid. My motto is, if you need a steady gun hand, I'm your man. That motto is it's a work in progress. Additionally, I have several years of experience as a box hauler. This skill may come in handy if you need a body dragged away or a door held open while escaping enemy fire. In conclusion, thank you for considering me for your ship crew and/or outlaw gang. I look forward to our adventures together.
I thought that was real good, Felix.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. What do you think? Am I in? Sure, an interview. That sounds fair. I mean, first time for everything, right? Ask me anything you like. It's delicious. Mock apple pie and a tripicale crust, maybe with a little cream on top. Classic. Are you kidding? I love a good fight. One time, I took an autoloader's head clean off its servos with one swing of a tossball stick. You can count on me in a scrap, boss. That's a promise. Foreman told me my biggest problem was that I didn't take orders. I told him my problem is not with authority, it's with jackasses. So yeah, I guess my biggest flaw is that I don't suffer idiots. Hope that's not a deal breaker. Wow. You don't know how long I've been waiting to hear that. Thanks, boss. You're not gonna regret this. I'll just gather my personals and meet you on board. This is gonna be great.
You got a crew now, Felix.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance? The unit is a cleaning SAM. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycles ago, I'm sure with the intent to modify it, but I've never seen it up and running. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing his efforts to modify SAM. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine what work remains in order for SAM to properly operate. Yes, Captain. Beginning playback now.
There's viscera and death everywhere. Gunfire, gnashing teeth. The unemployed. For law's sake, if anyone's receiving this, please send help. What? No!
Captain, we are now capable of accessing the Roseway landing pad. Also, corporate protocol requires that all distress signals include a list of key personnel for retrieval. The embedded names are Anton Crane, Vaughn Cortez, and Orson Shaw. Forgive me, Captain. Was there another time? Captain Hawthorne attached 98.4% of the ship. I have been programmed to deftly calculate Alex also taught me the concept of a personality. He was quite delighted when I crafted one in order to better engage with him. It was basic in the beginning. The information in my memory banks says I am an autonomous digital astrogator, created by, redacted, on the date of, redacted. I have not yet decided if I should attempt. I asked once. Alex did not build me, and would not say who did. Is it time for your regular daily period of unconsciousness? This is my favorite room. It's so spacious.
Sorry, am I in your way? Hey, Captain. Can I get your temperature on something real quick? So, Junlei and I have been talking some. She sent me a poem. I don't know if I should read into it. Because poems are... Oh, law. It's about this engine that's been shaking itself apart. Then this lady mechanic comes by. I don't want to get too hopeful, but I'm wondering if maybe she's the... I don't know where it's leading yet, or I'm not much interested in physical stuff. Never have been. Leastways not... It's been a problem in the past. The folk who wanted to be with me back in the Vale, they didn't... Thanks, Captain. I actually had another message from Junlei. I just couldn't work up the Let's see here. Talking about old friend. They were... I don't know. Junlei talked about them. Captain, I'm feeling all mixed up right now. Could we maybe head to the groundbreaker? Thanks, Captain.
Just a reminder that this engine will need servicing in another 10 billion kilometers.